Hello, welcome to the Adventure Corner. I'm your host, Robot Spacer, and once again, everything feels weird. I don't know why. It's probably just because I still have a cold. Davor, good to see you. Welcome. 6-7, good to see you as well. On Secret Crush. According to Twitch, I must wish you an acceptable affiliate anniversary. Yeah, so today is technically my affiliate anniversary according to Twitch. I was originally going to do an affiliate anniversary stream today, but because of my cold, I had to push back my plans. But Twitch requires you to do an official affiliate anniversary stream within 2 weeks of the date, which for me is a kind of inconvenient January 2nd. So like I'm never ever going to do that stream in the 2 weeks before that, because that's like prime busy holiday time. And then that just gives me the 2 weeks after, which this year I was sick that entire time. So it will be, as long as I'm fully back to normal by then, it will be next Friday, the official stream for that. And then, we won't get the little wish me an affiliate anniversary reminders and party hats, but I think that's kind of all you really get when you do it on the official date, so no big deal. Excuse me. Davor said, Telwinium 3 has just come out, very Conquests of Camelot inspired visuals. Yeah, I've had my eye on that series for a while. I haven't had a chance to play any of them yet, but they look pretty neat. Let me grab a link real quick. That's the link to the first game. And if you click the link to view all by Powerhoof, you should see the other games there. I will probably stream those at some point because they look like fun. Snowy P, good to see you. Davor said, wait, it does what? I don't know what that was referring to. Oh, I need to actually read up because mine's in a month. Okay. So your affiliate anniversary, if you have 2 weeks before and 2 weeks after to do like an official stream for that. And like, it'll pop up these little reminders that you probably saw above the chat box to wish me a happy affiliate anniversary. And it prompts you to use this little party hat emote. And I think that's about it. It's kind of fun. I apologize. I'm still tired and like brain works slowly, so please bear with me. It'll probably take me longer than usual to catch up on chat and stuff. You've seen no such chat box, in fact. Weird. That's fun. That's extra funny because it keeps showing it to me on like multiple different computers, and it's, basically telling me to wish myself a happy affiliate anniversary, which is very funny. I don't know, maybe it's not on mobile or something like that. Sometimes tired streaming is the best. That is true. So, Conquests of Camelot. Apparently this is only my third stream of this game, which is funny. I started it for December last month, and then played it a second time sometime in December, and that was it. I've missed a lot of Friday streams for a variety of reasons, but we'll get there. So last week we played. We rescued Sir Lancelot from Otmur. I don't know if I'm pronouncing that correctly. Which was a very snowy region. We had to brave a lot of fragile ice. We died many times, but we eventually got past the ice and met some sort of ice lady who asked us a bunch of questions about flowers and their like meanings. Struggled with that a little bit, but eventually managed to successfully pass the test and rescue one of our knights. That was the second knight we have rescued. Can't remember who the first one was. Gawain. So now I believe it is time to finally board this boat that we keep coming back to. I think, yeah, we're going to take the ship to Gaza, and allegedly we'll find the Grail, the Holy Grail in Jerusalem. So that's the plan. Hopefully this man will let us on the boat. Finally, I think he will. So let's see how that goes. Rescued him from the copy protection. Exactly. I think the Ice Lady is meant to be the magical Lady of the Lake who gifted Arthur Excalibur. Yes. Yeah. That was mentioned at some point. But I had forgotten about it. Thank you for the reminder. Silver, thank you for the affiliate anniversary wishes. As I mentioned a bit ago, today is going to technically be my affiliate anniversary because I can't push the official date back any further. But next week, as long as I'm up to it, we will do the actual anniversary stream. Let's see. My plans are I'm going to do an uninvited for Mac speed run, and also show off a neat little secret area in that game that I recently learned about. We're going to do unlimited DOS breaks, which I'm a little terrified of, but I think it'll be funny. Also, if anyone has a DOS game to request for next week, feel free to do that, either preferably on Discord, but you can mention it in chat also if you'd like to. And I could write it down. I won't promise, I won't guarantee that I can add every requested game, but I will do my best. Also, I would suggest like games that are a little different than what I normally play, like, you know, like a narrative game is not great for DOS break. I've tried to find like a bit more action-y games, or like kind of simpler puzzle games like The Incredible Machine. Silver says, Robot Spacer, you cannot say, hey, request a DOS game with me in earshot. I mean, go for it, Silver. Puzzle, good to see you. And thank you. As I was just saying, we'll do the official anniversary stream next week. I kind of forgot the rest of the plans. So, uninvited speedrun, unlimited DOS breaks, and Playdate games. And also, I will finally share my photos of my teenage Vanilla Ice haircut, which I finally found at my parents' house last month. So that's the plan. Game Dev Jeff, thank you. Okay. Hello. Thank you for the hello. And thank you for the coin flush, which... Interesting. Why is the coin flush not flushing? We've had problems with thanks taking a long time to actually go through, but we've never had problems with any of the other alerts, which always seemed weird, but I guess it's finally time for other weird things to happen. Thank you for the bonus flush on Secret Crush. I'm sure the other one will come through eventually. Bonus flush? What do you mean? Why is that a question mark? Okay, so how do we play this game? I think we walk around with arrow keys and then we can type things. Can we pet the donkey? Have we ever tried that? Yep. Yeah, I remember that now. There's no need. What a game. Christy Marx. Not a fan of donkeys, I guess. Unsure if this is intentional, but both random access and stuff I found are not rewards at the moment. Yeah, stuff I found in the basement, I haven't had anything for a little while. I gotta get down to the basement again at some point and find more things. And random access, actually I should turn that back on. I turned it off. I turned off all the fun stuff in December at some point because I just wanted to focus on games, because I realized that there weren't as many December streams as I would have liked to play these games. So I wanted to get through as much of them as I could last month. But I will make sure to turn those back on soon. Salt Ranger, good to see you. The donkey is nothing but good for us and can't even pet him. Yeah, it's terrible. Sometimes toilets got to warm up. I suppose that's true. Talk to man. Ah, Malud, your return is most timely. I have 5 ships leaving port. They are sailing for Dublin, Rennes, Rome, Thessalonica, and Gaza. Would you care to book passage upon one of them? By your own law, every man, even a king, must pay his way. I would be pleased to answer any question you must ask about them. Oh, so this is a thing I've been nervous about for a little while, is money. How do we... I think there's a keyboard shortcut. Okay, Control O. There we go. So we have 2 gold coins, which is the one I'm most nervous about. Silver 5 and copper 11. We kind of wasted a bunch of gold coins early on and didn't have a ton to start with. And I hope I don't regret that. But I have for a while now been somewhat prepared to potentially have to play this a second time or multiple times. We'll see how it goes. Culinary, thank you. Good to see you. Christy Marx is known to like cats. That's all I know. Yes. I follow her on Mastodon, and she does have many good cats. What? Davor said to Snowy P, I was so surprised there was a swineherd conversible with on the jeweler day. I never tried that. What is this referring to? Is that referring to this game? Culinary, thank you so much for the resub. 2 entire years. Jeez. I appreciate all your support very much. I just finished the Pixel Turkey playthrough. Oh, Conquests of the Longbow. Nice. Speaking of which... I now have my own copy of Conquest of the Longbow, so I will be playing this in the future, and also sharing that very nice packaging on stream, of course. I've had my eye on it on eBay for a while. Just usually when there's a game I'm interested in, I add a safe search for it. So, you know, every once in a while I get an email about a new copy that's been put up for sale. And that one looked, it's honestly, the condition of it is incredible. I don't think I've ever seen a game that old with a box that's in such excellent shape. One downside of it is like a later release, which means the feelies are in black and white instead of the original color versions. But I decided most of the earlier prints that I saw were in kind of rough shape, so I decided it was just going to be too much trouble to get hold of a good condition original copy. The best adventure game IMO. People seem to really love it, and obviously lots of people have been talking about it lately. One Short Eye just did a video on it recently that I would love to watch, but I can't watch it until I've played it myself. So eventually. I found the Conquest games fascinating, and they went under my radar as a kid because no one talked about them. Yeah, I like I said a lot of times in the past, grew up with a Mac, so like I know this one never came out for Mac. Maybe Longbow did. I think maybe Longbow did. But I was very aware of the games. and really wanted to play them, but just never had the chance to. Point Then Click, hello. Thank you so much for coming by. It's great to see you. What were you up to today? Oh, Thimbleweed Park. Nice. Were you able to finish it? And what did you think of it? Feel free to dash off if you need to, but otherwise I would love to hear your thoughts on Thimbleweed Park. Welcome, everyone. I'm Robot Spacer. We are playing Conquests of Camelot. I started this last month, but I've only managed to get through 2 streams of it so far. So we're still, well, I guess I don't know how much progress I've made. I feel like we're still relatively early-ish in the game. Love this game, one of my favorites. Nice. I've been really enjoying it so far. Okay, so we're trying to figure out how to get on this boat. We've been told it costs money, so maybe we just need to give him a coin. Give money to man. Oop. Let's try that again. Yeah, never heard of it. To some piddling little foreign rat hole, I suppose. What? Excuse me? Board ship to Gaza. So matter to... Okay. Let's just try talk to man again. This is the same thing. I will figure this out. Okay, ask man about... Doing a great job at typing today. About Gaza. Does that work? A ship called El Uza is bound for the Far East by way of Maluga, Tunis, and Alexandria, and if God wills, coming at last to distant Gaza. Great. Oh no. Board ship to Gaza? I'm trying to, game. Ask man about ship to Gaza. Point and Then Click says, I just started only a few hours in and it's a long game. It's a bit tedious with the multiple characters, but a good story. Nice. I enjoyed it quite a bit myself. Played it. The rare game that I actually played around when it came out. I think he was asking for your destination. Yeah, we want to go to Gaza. That's what I'm trying to... Should I just say Gaza? Ask... Talk to man. Would you care to book passage upon one of them? Okay, so maybe if we do book passage to Gaza. There we go. Okay. How much does it cost? I'm sure 1 copper is enough, right? Begging Malud's pardon, but this is not enough for the port you have chosen. I will return your coins so you may count them out again. Ask about costs of trip to Gaza. This is... You're speaking gibberish. This is much more complicated than I thought it would be. Ask man about cost. There we go. The fare to Dublin is 1 silver coin. The fare to Rennes is 2 silver coins. The fare to Rome is 1 gold coin. Oh no! Oh god! I saw ahead. The fare to Thessalonica is 2 gold coins. The fare to Gaza is 3 gold coins. I stand ready to accept your fare, Malud, upon which I shall direct you to the proper ship. This is not good. As a reminder, here's the money I have. We need to go to Gaza. I have 2 gold coins. Is there anywhere I can... Okay, so... I know it's possible to get soft-locked in this game, and I kind of think I might be soft-locked right now, so I'm going to ask some questions of chat. Is there any way I can trade coins for other coins? Like, can I go somewhere and trade in some silver coins and get gold coins? I'm pretty sure the answer is no, but I'm going to ask before I restart the game. I will also have some other questions. Damn you, Widdershins. Yeah, that little fucker. We wasted 2 or 3 gold coins on him. And then I think there was one other thing we needed a gold coin for. As much as I love this game, the soft locking is real. Yeah, I knew it was possible, and I think it was, I can't remember who. Somebody asked if I wanted warnings, and I said no, knowing this was a distinct possibility. I wanted to get the full proper experience of the game, even if it might be frustrating. But I kind of thought we would get further in the game than this. Adrift on a Sea, good to see you. Thank you for the anniversary wishes. I'm going to keep saying this every time someone clicks that button, but the actual anniversary stream will be next week on Friday, is the plan. I don't know of any, but I wonder if the manual will tell us the conversion rates. Interesting. I don't remember seeing anything about that, but we'll check it out. Holograms Conquesting Camelot. It's going pretty good overall, except I think I might be soft locked. Actually, I'm going to go ahead and ask this. If I'm soft locked right now, you can just tell me that. We're about to get conquested, that's for sure. Mac, good to see you. Thank you for the anniversary wishes. My actual anniversary stream will be next week. But we couldn't push back the... Twitch only lets you go within 2 weeks of your actual date. Are there a lot of soft locks in this game? That's a great question. I have no idea. There has been another thing that I was concerned about. Basically, there's 3 different categories of stats. Let's see if I can get that open. Show score. Yeah. So you get points for skill, wisdom, and soul. And I don't know if anything explicitly said this, but I've gotten the impression that we need to have a high score in all the categories. Oh, sorry, I'm on the wrong. I've gotten the impression that we need to have a high score in all the categories in order to get like the ideal outcome. I have no idea if there's different endings. Also, I don't want answers to any of this stuff. I'm just sharing what I know. So I think we need to do well in all of these, and I've been worried, I might be making choices that are going to ultimately lead to a bad outcome or a not as good outcome. Unsecret Crush says, every time you say soft locked, I get the Jonathan Colton song Soft Rocked by Me stuck in my head. Somebody ought to do a cover version of that about soft locks. It might have to be me at some point. So no one knows if I'm soft locked? I'm not seeing... I'm just very quickly, like, visually skimming through this, and I'm not really seeing anything about money. And I also don't remember seeing anything about money when I read through it before. I would really hate to have to start the game over right now, but I think I have to. Oh, gosh. I'm looking at the walkthrough of the early part of the game right now to see if this gives me any important things I might have overlooked early on. Take the beaker. Oh, God. I don't remember taking a beaker or a flask. So one of the things I should say is the big reason I'm worried I'm soft lock is because there's a bunch of things you can do at the castle in the beginning of the game, and they make it very clear that once you've left there, you can't go back, and that's where all my money is, among other things. Doesn't one gold coin equate to a certain number of silver ones? Okay, Davor says, if you cannot pay to go to Gaza, you are soft locked, but I would recommend checking out some of the other locations. Ah, interesting. Okay. I will do that. Yeah, I am wondering if, I guess we got to save just before this. So let's try, I'll just give him a bunch of money. What was the command that actually pay fare to Gaza? I don't think that was it, but oh, okay, that worked. So we'll do 2 gold coins and then all 5 of my silver coins. We'll see what that does. Ah, as fortune would have it, this ship is the very one you need. Ignore the Greek name. It was sold by a Greek trader, and the new owner has yet to paint in the new name. May your journey be safe and swift, God willing. You may board now. Okay. I'm going to back up. I might have overpaid. I wish I knew what the conversion rate was. But I'm curious what Davor was referring to, so I'm going to go explore the other locations a little bit. And see if there's anything interesting I might have missed. So I've got my own little drawing of the map here, and I've made notes about, like, it basically told me there's not anything to do in most of these locations. Camelot is where I would love to go, but we can't go back there. I am going to try again, just to be absolutely sure. Open gate. You may not return, Arthur, until you have found the Grail, or died in trying. So I can go back if I've died. That's good to know. I'll keep that in mind. To turn aside or abandon your sacred mission means the certain death of all you hold dear. It's kind of funny because, like, I'm all the way back here. Like, I don't think someone handing me some coins through the gate would really make much of a difference at this point. But what do I know? Ask for money. Can tell you nothing relevant at the moment. So I'm going to go around to all the locations. I won't bother to read these. Glastonbury Tor is the first place we went to, and I think we've done everything we could there. All right. Well, I think actually if I go back there, yeah, it takes me to here. But I don't think there's anything useful to do here at this point. Not that I'm aware of. Oh boy, I can't wait to do the ice walking puzzle again. I mean, it wasn't too bad, right? But it will take some time. And I would hate to spend all of today redoing things we've already done. Oh no, I got myself stuck. I thought going any direction out of here would get me out. Just think of it as speedrun practice. There you go. You know what? I'm just going to reload. Otmoor is where we just were. Windsor, Forest. Oh, that's the boat. Okay. So I think that's everything. I'm very curious what Deivor was referring to, but I don't think I'm going to ask. I think since I know a way forward, I'm just going to use what money I have to get us on that boat. I do think I'm going to be soft locked at some point from running out of money. I'll have to think about how to deal with that. I might... It's this one. There we go. I might replay some of it off stream. I don't know. We'll see. We'll see where we're at the end of today. Pay fare to Gaza. So... 2 gold coins. I'm trying to think what is the best way to determine the conversion rate here? Also, I'm realizing maybe I don't want to use both my gold coins if I can get away with it, because there have been times when we need a specific type of coin, like Widdershins would only accept a gold coin. And I think there was another thing where we need a specific type of coin. So let's try 3 copper. I would think that's not enough to equal a gold coin, but we'll see what happens. Okay. I'm trying to think. Oops. I accidentally opened the credits. I'm trying to think the best way to do this. So since I can restore, I think I'll do 2 gold coins, and then I'll see... Let's try 10 copper. Well, I accidentally did 11. We'll see if that works. Okay. So 11 copper is not enough to equal a single gold coin. So we know 5 silver is enough. Let's see if 2 silver is enough. Okay, no. 3. Okay, maybe it needs to be all 5 of them. Maybe I just got lucky. Yeah, I just got lucky and gave the exact correct amount. Okay. So my guess is it's consistent, and like 5 copper is going to be 1 silver, which would mean like you need 25 copper to make 1 gold. Just going to write down conversion rates. 5 silver equals 1 gold. Thought Widdershins wanted copper. Did he? Maybe you're right. But we went through some gold somehow or other. You have a direct line to Merlin, and he won't even Venmo you the scratch. Yeah. Okay. Bilbo, hello. Welcome. Thank you so much for coming by. Hope you had a good stream. I saw you were streaming when I woke up this morning, and I saw you were still streaming when I was going live. That was a very long stream. Did you finish the game you were playing? Drod? Regardless, I hope you enjoyed it. Feel free to take off if you need a break. Totally understandable after such a long stream. But if not, great to have you here. Thank you for the compliment on my pop-up. Also, Tefla, thank you for the anniversary wishes. So we just got on a boat to Gaza where we're trying to find the Holy Grail. Weary days and nights march on. A storm catches the ship, and you are forced to lend your strong back to the efforts of the crew to save themselves. Huge waves crash across the decks. You barely save your meal, but your pack and nearly all your belongings are washed away. Oh no! The next day, the captain thanks you by giving good advice. You're not a king in these lands, so do not be quick to draw your sword, for you'll be surrounded by enemies. Be careful who you trust, and never pay bribes with too much coin. You join the crew in sharing several rounds of wine as they wait for the tide to change so they may enter the Gaza port. The wine flows freely after such a long and arduous journey. Soon, you fall into a very deep, dreamless sleep. Arthur? Arthur. Thank you for all the follows. I will catch up with y'all in a minute. The text goes by automatically, so I want to make sure we don't miss anything. This might be one where I actually need to click. Arthur, wake up. That's a great animation. You slept through the entire docking and unloading of the ship. Thank goodness they didn't have to animate it. You indulged too heavily in foreign wine. Oh no. If your head is pounding, blame no one but yourself. Sir, I am Hazem. My master sends his respects and invites you to accept his hospitality. My master... Ignore this boy. You are lucky he did not make off with your mule. I am Jabir ibn Hamid. I overheard some sailors say you need a guide through the desert to Jerusalem. Please, sir, my master is Al-Sirat, and he is very wise, and he asks... Al-Sirat is an impoverished old scholar of no use to anyone, but I, Jabir, know the desert, every rock, wadi, and waterhole. Trust me in all things. Sir, I beg you to accept my master's hospitality. He heard of you from the captain of the ship, and he sends warning that the Mukhtar of Gaza... Allow me to explain. The Mukhtar is the man who governs this port. He hates all foreigners, and if he catches you here, he will throw you in prison. We should leave at once. This is tricky. I don't know who to trust. I assume it's going to make me choose. I can take you to my master by secret ways, and Al-Sirat will protect and tell you. I'm somewhat more inclined to trust the kid. Get out of here, boy. We men have business together and have no need of chattering pests. Be off. Just this other guy's insistence that I don't talk to the kid. Stranger, you will never survive the desert without my help. I ask for no payment now. When we reach Jerusalem safely, I will accept a fair payment. Yeah, this guy's just giving me vibes. Hire me, and I shall guide you to Jerusalem at once. Sir, I beg you, ask to see my master, and all will be well. Okay. Let me catch up on chat here. Vilvil said, this is one of the Sierra games I haven't played yet. Get hype. It looks really cool. Yeah, I've been really enjoying it so far. Welcome, everyone. Deter Lavos, Absnurdity. As I've mentioned earlier, my actual affiliate anniversary stream will be a week from now, next Friday. I'll be doing a little bit longer stream than normal to celebrate, but Twitch wouldn't let me push back the date for it any further, so it will be an officially unofficial anniversary stream. Arthur got smashed on his important mission. Yeah, it seems a little careless of him. Unseen Koresh says, I do not trust Jabir. Yeah. 6-7 says, the Black Road Vizier is clearly a stand-up chap with no ulterior motives. Okay. Perfect. We don't have any money anyway. We do still have some copper coins. Yeah, we only have 11 copper now, which is not great. Ooh. I'm pretty sure that's going to be a major issue at some point, unless there's some way to get more money. All right, let's do a quick save here. I think we might have ran out of slots at some point. Okay. So, talk to boy. It's true my master is poor, but he is a good man and he knows so many things. And while you speak with Al-Sirat, I can care for your poor mule after her long sea journey. I would appreciate that very much. I like this kid. Please do not delay long, sir. Gaza is no longer safe for foreigners, and no man here will aid you in any way except my master. That statement is a little sketchy. Like, just, like, saying I'm the only person that could possibly help you is just, Ignore the brat and let us do business. The Mukhtar could have spies about, so we should act quickly. You have no pack, I see, and no water skin. You can buy nothing in Gaza without being arrested. Therefore, you must surely hire me to take you through the desert and lead you from one waterhole to the next. That is the only way you will reach Jerusalem alive. So how do I follow the boy? Ask boy for help. Sir, my master is the wisest man in the whole world. He can answer any question. Please, let us go to him. Follow boy. You are the wisest of men, sir, except for my master. Please follow me. Okay. The desert lies ahead. You will never cross it without my help. Kyle and Error, good to see you. Al-Sirat, it is good that you have come. The captain sent word to me that you were here, though in truth I have been expecting you for some time. Interesting. I am Al-Sirat, the first of 6 guardians who serve the goddess, she who gives the power of life and regeneration through her sacred cup, which you know as the Grail. Maple Mystery, good to see you. We who are the 6 guardians will test you in different ways. We will test your mind, spirit, and body. You must pass each one of us before the goddess will relinquish her sacred cup to you. 6... There was mention of 6 goddesses in the manual. Excuse me, master. I have fed and watered the mule for your guest, as you said. Thank you, Hazem. Wait with the mule until our guest is ready to leave. Then you will guide him in secret away from Gaza. I am a scholar. I have spent my life in study and meditation. I am at your disposal to share what knowledge I may. And please, allow me to offer you kwawa to drink and figs to eat. It is simple fare, but all that I have. Okay. Counter said, hope you're feeling better. I am feeling a little bit better each day, but I'm still not at my best, unfortunately. But I'll get there, I'm sure. Thank you for asking. Maple Mystery, it's great to see you. I love this game art so much I can't handle it. Yeah, it's so good. So good. Okay, so we can ask this guy questions, but I don't really know what to ask about. Ask man where I can get money. You're speaking gibberish. I figured that was too complex of a sentence. Ask man about money. Though I'm more than willing to answer questions, I will answer only those questions which I deem significant. Okay. Let's ask about the Grail. 6 guardians stand between you and the sacred cup. 6 times you will be judged, weighed, and tested. They will be tests of mind, spirit, and body. Those are our 3 stats that we have. If you prevail, the goddess will relinquish her guardianship of the sacred cup. What you call the Holy Grail will pass into your hands, and its powers of regeneration will be yours. Ask about guardians. There are 6 you must pass. I am the first. Ask about tests. Okay, that's the same thing we got before. Let's look around. I suspect this is a place of meditation and that El Sirat's home is elsewhere. There's nothing here save for 4 bare walls, plants, the 2 rugs, and a small table with a carafe, cups, and a bowl of figs. Let's eat a fig. Let's drink. None for me, thank you. Okay. Nice little animations. Okay. I don't really know what I need to do here. Start test. I feel I should know what you want, but your purpose is not clear. Oh, I lost my rose. What else did I lose? I had 4 items. One was a rose that Guinevere let me have. That seemed to offer some sort of protection. She said, wear it next to your heart. In times of need, something rose message is the note I wrote. I didn't have time to write the whole message down. If anyone remembers the other item I had, please feel free to remind me. The donkey is being cared for, so I'm sure she's fine. Oh, the iron key. The iron key. Oh, I spelled that wrong. These are the names of the 6 goddesses: Athene, Vesta, Isis, Astarte, Ceres, Venus. And these are their symbols. Oh. This is the symbol of Athene. tried to click. Okay, return worked. This is the symbol of Vesta. I can't remember if these are in the manual, so I figure I might as well write them down. This is the symbol of Isis. This is the symbol of Astarte. This is the symbol of Ceres. This is the symbol of Venus. Okay. It's Vesta, not Vespa. Which always reminds me of the Animal Crossing character. Okay, let's see if we ask about a specific goddess. Oh, he's just going to give us the symbol. Okay, it's handy. Apparently, I really want goddesses to only have one D in it, which is not correct. Vesta is Vesta, agreed. So let's see. 6 goddesses. Oop. I read this all on stream previously, I'm pretty sure. So I won't bother to read it all out loud right now. I'm just going to kind of glance at this page. So it's basically, they give us a lot of things that each goddess is associated with. Which is probably going to be useful at some point. But there's no symbols, so it's good that I wrote those down. I'm not sure what I need to do to proceed here. I think I'm going to try standing up and leaving just to see what happens. I can't think of anything else to ask about. You need not fear for your mule. Hazem loves animals and will take good care of her until you are ready to depart. Just asking about different things that have come up in the game. Oh, interesting. I knew you must come this way, and see, I have gotten here before you and waited. You will never survive the desert without my help. Hire me, and I will be your guide. Didn't even thank him. I honestly, like, he said that he was like the first test, right? The first of 6 guardians. So I kind of thought he would say something. Like, I didn't think the game would let me leave, basically. But I was curious what would happen if it would give me any clue as to what I needed to do. Is this anything on the ground here? Guess not. He looks a dry and hard man, as one might look from a lifetime in harsh deserts. Let's go back. Can I go back? You should not think of returning to Gaza, Arthur. If the Mukhtar's men find you, it will mean your life. Okay. Shoot. I thought I had saved more recently. Oh, I meant to follow the kid. Oh, interesting. Okay. Follow boy. Okay, I'm going to ask about the goddesses again, just in case having seen these is important, is something the game keeps track of. And then I'll do another save. Okay. Let's save. F5? Yeah, great. Okay, so ask about figs. In the bowl on the table are sweet figs that Hazem picked for me. Please eat them if you wish. Six guardians stand between you and this sacred cup. 6 times you will be judged, weighed, and tested. They will be tests of mind, spirit, and body. If you prevail, the goddess will relinquish her guardianship of the sacred cup. What you call the Holy Grail will pass into your hands, and its powers of regeneration will be yours. There are 6 you must pass. I am the first. So these are our points in those different categories. We're not doing great. I mean, we're not doing great at any of them, honestly. But wisdom is especially bad. I'm concerned that I'm missing something here, since he's the first test. It's possible we'll come back here at some point, but I can't help but think there's something I'm overlooking. You did get a massive hangover, which is characteristic of low wisdom, I suppose. Who needs wisdom when you have sword? Ask about rugs. Oh, he doesn't want to talk about his rugs. Ask about Hazem. He is a good boy and will be a fine scholar one day. Ask about El Sirat. Though I am more... Okay. Asking him about himself is not a significant question, apparently. Ask about Arthur. Ask about Merlin. I'm just going to ask a very vague question of anyone that knows the answer. Is there anything that I need to do here right now? Thank you, Ace. Good to see you. My actual affiliate anniversary stream will be next week, next Friday. Define need. Yeah, that's fair. Need as in necessary to get a good outcome in the game. Aside from that vague clarification, feel free to use your own judgment. What else could I ask about? I feel like I want to ask him. Start the test. Yes, there is. Okay. Interesting. If I just talk to him again. I'm ready to answer what inquiries you put to me. Think carefully and neglect nothing, for you will not see me again once you leave here. Okay, so that kind of gives me an in-game answer to what I was thinking. Shit. I guess I'm really curious if I could possibly know what to ask this guy on my first playthrough of this game. But I'm already pretty sure I'm going to have to restart this, so maybe I should just continue on and see how it goes. I think there's something in particular that's strongly recommended is how I'd put it. Okay. I think that's a fair approach that you would enjoy. Okay. We'll say thank you this time. You're most welcome. Okay. So now the question is, initially I kind of assumed I was making a choice and we would not see this guy again. But now, once again, I must decide whether to trust him. On one hand, I do not trust him. On the other hand, that doesn't necessarily mean that he can't help me. That doesn't necessarily mean that I can get through the desert on my own, right? If you must ask questions, you might at least hire me as your guide. I was just talking to you. I wasn't asking questions. I need a quick break. I'm going to take a minute to think about this, and I'll be back very quickly. Okay, so here's my thought. I don't trust this guy. Especially since, you know, I decided to follow the boy. And that all seemed to go fine. My mule was taken care of. So that makes me think this guy was lying to me. Which I already suspected. However, I can't help but wonder if I do need his help to get through the desert. Like, I feel like there's good odds that Arthur is going to need assistance to get through the desert. However, this guy wants money, and I have very little of that. So I think I'm going to go ahead and try getting through the desert on my own. And we'll see what happens. The less money I spend, the further I'm going to get in the game before I have to start over, which I would love to at least get through most of the stream today without having to restart. So let's see how we do in the desert. Also, I feel like I'm probably going to need to map the desert. The gang dies in the desert. Yeah, probably. Dave said, I love all the tapestry borders in this game. I'm thinking about doing those for different UIs. Well, particularly the little images. Yeah. I really enjoy that. Oh, God. I'm already dying of thirst. Arthur, you must find water soon or you will perish. Great. Yeah, this isn't going to go well. Yeah, the borders. I was going to say King's Quest 4, I'm pretty sure that's the game I'm thinking of, had little decorative borders. Like each inventory item had its own unique border, which is a thing I really loved. In general, I just kind of love games that do this kind of decorative touches. Okay, so let's say outside Gaza, and then we have desert. I would worry about electrolytes too. That's fair. Okay. Oh, we're like visibly like just a little bit hunched over now. This area is enclosed by cliffs. There are but two openings. Back to the ridge overlooking Gaza or into the desert. One rock is much like any other in this merciless terrain. Okay. We are so unprepared. Yeah. It'll be fine. We're prepared with saves and the willingness to start the game over if necessary. That's all the preparation I need. Your way is blocked upon one side by cliffs. The rest upon all sides is desert. Cliffs block your way upon one side and draw close to other cliffs ahead. Okay. What's a Sierra game without a deadly desert? Indeed. King's Quest especially. Oh, yikes. That's a lot of snakes. Oh no, my mule! Your mule has had the sense to run away from the cobras. Smart. She's so smart. She's a lot smarter than me, I think. Let's look around. The cliffs converge into a narrow valley. I just remembered. Oh, that's not... One moment, please. I have to review my channel point rewards real quick here. Oh, okay. The one I was thinking of is in fact enabled. The cliffs converge into a narrow valley, but this portion of it is filled with cobras, and they have no intention of letting you pass. Let's talk to them.
Thanks.
Thank you for the thanks. A rather novel idea, Arthur, but entirely foolish. Scare the snakes away. Also foolish. Take snake. There are too many cobras that... to do that without being fatally bitten. Thank you for flushing your coins down the toilet. Why did that one work, but not the other one? I could just... Oops, I didn't mean to do that. I could just turn back, but... This strikes me as a puzzle that needs to be solved. Gotta vanish for the night. Have a red evening, all. Good luck with the snakes, robots, phaser. Thank you, Silver. I hope you have a good rest of your evening. Just the toilet is warmed up now. I suppose so. This valley is filled with cobras. Turn back, Arthur. You will never pass through here alive. Okay. Arthur, beware. The cobra prepares to strike. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Okay, I think we're okay as long as we back away. I do feel like there's got to be some way to get rid of the snakes and go north from here. I'm going to add a little question mark to my map to remind me of that. If only the cobras were impressed by your knowledge of flower lore. Indeed. Alright, I just remembered how I'm going to die of thirst very soon. Oh no! Your mule is suffering from lack of water. Ah, your mule lacked the energy to run far. She waited for you in the small relief offered by the shadow of the cliffs. Oh, I'm so sorry. So sorry. This isn't looking good, y'all. The cliffs reduce to a few boulders as the desert opens up to a trackless expanse. So, I can go north and south from here. I can't tell if this gap is anything I can pass through. He needed to befriend St. Patrick to get rid of the cobras. That makes sense. Maybe that's all just yellow water. I don't know that we necessarily want yellow water anyway. Oh god, this looks even worse. This is a desert of extreme terrain. Sudden cliffs rise and block your way, while wadis unexpectedly appear in the ground. Ooh. Oh. I don't know what those are, but I don't like the sound of it. Oh, God. Images shimmer and appear in the veils of rising heat. It is Guinevere and Lancelot embracing. This image is but a vision of your own fears and jealousies, driven to the surface by your fevered, desperate brain. A wadi is like a crevice or canyon, I think. I learned this from Genshin. Nice. Dry river channels. Got it. Thank you. So, I have a problem here, which is that I've run into a conflict in my map here, and I'm not sure how to deal with it. Anytime I encounter a desert in a game, like, my first question is, okay, does this follow, like, logical navigation? Or is it like a grid, you know? Like, if this was a strictly grid-based navigation, then I wouldn't have been able to go west here because there's a wall here on the Cobra screen. But clearly, it doesn't follow those rules. So the next question is, does it follow any logic at all, or like is there weird like looping around to different areas and stuff like that, which is definitely a possibility. Based on what we've seen so far, I feel like there's probably some logic to it, like that other that area in Glastonbury Tor seemed to follow some logic, even though it was very weird logic that wrapped around a lot. So I guess I'll just draw a line like this. And we'll go from there. Let's try Twisty Dunes all alike, exactly. Oh no! Alas, you did not find water in time. You die as parched as a piece of old leather, and soon your bones... Oh! To add insult to injury, the scoundrel Jabir loots your corpse. That fucker. I knew that guy was no good. Yeah. So, I am curious, like, does he give you some help, or does he like immediately betray you? My hunch at this point is that maybe it's an optional thing that actually makes it easier to get through the desert, but maybe makes something else more difficult. I'm inclined to stick with my original plan and not hire him. I think if we're patient and map out the desert, we'll be able to get through it on our own, is my hunch at this point. We weren't using that stuff anyway. That's true. Bye. Okay, so now I'm going to do another save right here. Is it 26? Okay, so we got out of that screen without being told we're getting thirsty. So it does seem like time is passing. Let's try going south here. Okay. Upon one side are tall cliffs. Upon the other side, open desert. Let's just keep going south. Interesting. The cliffs end, and a huge flat expanse of searing desert opens out before you. Oh boy. Oh, and we came up from the south. I don't like that. Okay. I don't like weird navigation. Oh, there's a... Oh, no. This is different. Oh, God. That's interesting. So if I go back the way I came, then I come back here. But, like, each time it's taking me to a different place. There are rocks, barren ground, and sand, and a vast array of deserts stretching out in all directions. Look, lizard. Fast little devils, are they not? They sure are. This kind of messes up my plans to map it out. It's one of those Sierra deserts. Yeah. It's possible it's still mappable to some degree. But this makes it really, really hard. I'm just going to kind of explore right now. This is some Wizard and the Princess shit. Yeah. Like, it could be that it could be that there's still a section of the desert that is like you can navigate in a normal way. It's just that when you get to certain areas, it starts giving you this kind of random looping like that's definitely a type of thing that some games will do. So I think I'm inclined to back up. And if it seems like I've gotten to this kind of infinite looping area, I'll backtrack. And hopefully we can make some sense out of this. So let's at least map out what we can navigate normally. What is mappable? Oh, interesting. I'm happy to see you again. You were lucky to find this water without me. I have quenched my thirst already. Please, drink your fill. I like this skeleton here. Okay. Oh, I didn't mean to go in, but that's fine, I guess. Drink water. Arthur, something terrible is happening to you. Oh no. Too late, the signs are clear. This water is poisoned. It killed the camel who had not the sense to... Add insult to injury. The scoundrel Jabir robbed your corpse. It did cross my mind that that was a possibility, but I didn't think it was that likely. The mule didn't actually drink it. Yeah, I was just about to say, okay, how do I get the mule to drink some water? But I guess my answer is the mule. Once again, she's smarter than me. So, poison oasis. I'm drawing a tiny little skull. Another quest turned to dust. Another feast for the worms. Oh, she did put her head up to it? I totally missed that. Low whiz strikes again. Let's see. So now we're here. Let's try... Oh, we came here again. That's interesting. Did I? Oh, no, I think I messed up. I lost track of where I was. Okay. Let's look around. As you see, there is water in this wadi. Drink your fill. You sound parched. Wet your throat and ease your burning thirst. Please, drink your fill. The skeleton could be nothing else save a camel. It must have died here some time ago. Must have. Yeah, I keep missing the animation. It's okay. Huh. Okay. Froze for a bit there. Oh, so we're in a random desert area again, I think. Oh, he's gone. Let's try go right from here. Random desert. I assume. Like, at this point, I'm going to assume when we get to a screen like that, that's like mostly open and just kind of generic looking, I'm going to assume that's a randomized area, and I'm going to back up from it. The fact that it lets you back up from it without getting lost makes me think if we get to an area like that, it's someplace we don't want to go. I'm going to put a little infinity sign anywhere we encounter one of those. It's possible like you need to figure out a way to navigate those areas to get through the game, but for now, I'm going to assume we don't. Oh! This treacherous false guide has claimed yet another victim. Whether you had been quicker with your sword on this occasion. I was just about to, like, I was trying to remember what the, I think it's F8 to draw Excalibur. I was thinking I should probably do that, but I also a little bit wanted to see what happened if I didn't. Okay. I should experiment with that and see. F8. Okay. I'll try to be prepared next time. The fatal push. I think he punched me in the face. That's what it looked like to me. Wait, did I? Oh, I goofed up my map. Oh, beans. This... We did not go south from here to get to here. This is where we came to get to here. Because when you go south from this starting screen, you come up from the bottom of this screen. So that kind of threw me off. Okay. So my map's a huge mess, but it's okay. Thank you for the emote. These pauses are interesting. I can't tell if this is random desert or not. It looks different than the other random deserts, but the lizard running across makes me wonder. Yeah, this seems... We don't want that. Okay. I want to try something. Oh, we didn't get to the lizard this time. Yeah, culinary, without realizing it, I kind of ripped off Sonneveld's emote. Shit. It is not worth the effort unless you are well and truly desperate enough. Okay. So if we get really, really hungry, then we might want to try to grab a lizard. Interesting. So this was infinite. Let's try east. Okay, that's infinite. I'm a little concerned here that there's not much non-infinite, weirdly looping desert to map out here. Oh boy. Wait, what? Shit. The little lizard is very good. So, north from here. Bogus Meat Factory, hello! Thank you so much for coming by. I hope you had a great Habitat stream. I popped in very briefly, but unfortunately I didn't get to watch much of it. If you're new here, hello. My name is Robot Spacer, or Mike. We are playing Conquests of Camelot. I'm currently trapped in a desert and doing my best to map it out. I've died many, many times. And, oh wait, I already drew this screen. I also keep screwing up my map. Thank you for the follow. Good to have you here. No worries, it went wonderfully. Folks had a good time, I think. I'm sure they did. Habitat's a lot of fun. I would like to play some more of it at some point. Oh, we're back here now. Oh, gosh. Oh, Maple Mystery says, I never asked the story of the name Robot Spacer. Will you humor me? So, it's not a very good story, but I will tell you what went into coming up with this name. So, I'm trying to remember about when I first came up with it. Probably around 2000, possibly a little bit before then. I decided it was time to come up with a username that I could consistently use pretty much anywhere, so I didn't like, I'm trying to think of what usernames I'd used. Sometimes I had just used my real name, like if it was just a place where I wasn't worried about that. But like, for something like a public forum or whatever, I wanted something unique. So like, I didn't want to use like a character name, lots of other people are gonna try to use, and not something that was just my real name or whatever. So it's really hard to come up with a username that's gonna always be unique for a long time, right? And at the time I was in a band and I had written a song called The Lonely Spacer. It was about a guy exploring space. Oh no, we're getting thirsty. So I thought that Lonely Spacer would be a good username. But then I was like, well, wait, I don't want people to think that like this is that lonely is describing myself. I don't want people to think that I'm lonely. Like I was worried people might interpret that in a way that I didn't want them to. So I was like, okay, Spacer is fun. So like, what else could I put in front of that? And I just kind of went through random things and I thought of robot and I was like, that's fun. That's like a fun image, like a robot spacer. So I just went with it, and that's kind of all there is to it. Like I said, it's not a very good story, but that's the story. Lonely Spacer, not a cry for help. Yes, thank you. Bogus Meat Factory says, I love the art of the username. Bogus Meat Factory has held on for decades now. Nice. You're welcome, Maple Mystery. Bogus Meat Factory said, talking about the work we are all doing on adding easy modding tools. Nice. Okay, so I'm worried I've screwed up my map again. And I'm also worried that this isn't useful to map necessarily. Oh, we're getting a mirage again. The same one. I've had to fight over Deivor more than I predicted. That's rough. I'm Salt Ranger on many things. I was sad about not having the handle on Twitter until recently. Yeah, understandable. I'm debating whether to start my map over and do a better job. I think I'm going to. Even though I don't know how useful it is. My interpretation of what Salt Ranger was saying was that they don't care that much about having a good Twitter username anymore. The SCI engine aesthetic is some of my favorites. Yeah, it's so good. And I never had a chance to play most of these games when I was growing up, because a lot of them never made it to Mac. Okay, so I'm going to start. Here's outside Gaza again. And then, let's see, how do I want to do this? We go south from here, but we come from the bottom of this screen. So kind of indicate that like that. And I'm going to draw like very rough thumbnails of each area to help me keep track better of where I am. Salt Ranger says, correct. I'm sad over Twitter's demise as a public good, but I don't spend any time there now. Yeah. I still spend too much time there, but definitely understand why people would not want to do that. Honestly, a lot of the reason I still spend time there is a lot of Twitch streamers still seem to hang out there more than anywhere else. Some have kind of migrated elsewhere, but like for a long time, Twitch was like the place I got in touch with other developers of Apple platforms. And it was really great for that. And interestingly, like that entire community has migrated over to Mastodon now, spread across different servers, but like that's not really an issue. And I feel like the vast majority of those folks, I was able to follow over on Mastodon and, mostly have followed me back. So like, I feel like that whole community has found a different home, which is great. But lots of Twitch streamers, I know some are on Mastodon, some are on Blue Sky. I assume some are on Threads. I haven't used Threads at all, but like, it doesn't feel like there's any one place where like most of those people are posting now. So it's the main reason I still go to Twitter. Also, I've just been going there for so many years, it's kind of hard to stop. This is, I want to say, my 15th year on Twitter, if I remember correctly. Salt Ranger says, I'm on Blue Sky and we've done a really job of bullying bigots off the platform so far. I'm sure we'll be overrun eventually, but it's nice for now. That's good. Yeah, I've been starting to go to Blue Sky a little bit more. Like they started, for a while I was a little worried like the creators of it were not really putting much effort into it, but they've started doing more updates lately, so that is encouraging. So I've been trying to go there a little more often. I should probably start doing my Twitch stream posts over there as well, but right now I cross post everything manually just because I don't know, that's just what I do. And cross posting everything in 3 different places, well, 4 actually if you count Discord, is just a lot to keep up with. We bullied Jack off the platform, which is hilarious and has helped. Oh gosh. Okay, so west of here is infinite. I think all the other directions are as well. I'll do a quick check of the east here. Yeah. Okay. That's what Chris says. I think the only reason I still spend any amount of time on Twitter is entirely muscle memory. Yeah, like that's definitely part of it. But like if I felt like I really didn't need, if I wasn't getting anything out of it anymore, I would just delete the app, I think, and that would help with the muscle memory. I think this is the Oasis, the poisoned Oasis. Yeah. Oh, I caught a little bit of the donkey animation there, but I still didn't see it very clearly. I am a little bit curious. Let's find out. Like, I left here and then came back and he was gone. And I'm wondering if there's a possibility that, like, I mean, the water is moving, right? So presumably the poison's going to clear out eventually. So maybe if he's not here, it's safe to drink. I don't think that's likely to be the case, but I do want to try it. Yeah. Arthur, something terrible is happening to you. Salt Ranger says, Twitter was hugely important in getting me more politically and socially aware for sure. It saved me from being a conservative knucklehead in many ways. Yeah, I think it did a lot of good things in that regard. I also found it incredibly helpful with my career early on. Like just finding other developers and getting a chance to talk to them and get to know them and stuff was really, really helpful for me. Yeah, it was kind of cool. Oh well. Depends on the source of the poison. Yeah, like my assumption was that he poisoned it, but don't know for sure. But regardless, it's clearly not safe to drink just because he is absent. I do wonder if... Come, have a drink. I'm good, thanks. I'm curious if we can go through here at all. Or off to the right. I'm assuming not. But I'm going to check. Also, what happens if we look at the water? The water looks and smells most inviting. I am surprised your mule has not drunk from it yet. Okay, so I was curious if there was like any way we could get a hint that the water is not safe. Bogus Meat Factory says, what stinks is that if you already had those experiences, nothing will replicate that feeling and can feel bittersweet and sad to move on. Yeah. Culinary says it's been poisoned for a while looking at that camel. Yeah, that is a good point. Did not think that through clearly. Okay, let's continue mapping. Oh, F8. Shit. I don't remember what to do after F8. Excuse me, sir, while I consult my manual on how to kill you. That button. Okay. Use sword would make sense for a text parser game, but there are actual controls. Okay. So in fighting mode, Excalibur is drawn. You will use the spacebar to swing your sword. The shift key should be used to parry or block with your shield. Use your arrow keys or your mouse to move Arthur. These rules apply generally throughout the game with the exception of using a spear jousting and the Saracen battle. So, space, sword, shift, parry. The question is, do I need to parry this guy? Oh! I pressed shift and it did nothing. Dang it. I should have just swung the sword. I think the parser accepts extremely few commands when fighting. Yeah, that was my impression also. Like, let's try this. Yeah, you can't actually type at all when you have Excalibur out. It kind of changes the game mode. Oh, we get another shot at it. Yeah! That has put a well-needed end to this false guide at last. You have surely avenged many previous victims. Can we loot his corpse? Did we just slice him in half? Jesus. There are fleas and lice, drying blood, and a ripe smell. There is nothing of any worth. Okay. We will save. At least. Yeah, it is pretty gross. Okay. The other thing I was wondering is, where did he come from? Was it here? Okay. I was wondering if maybe there's like a secret passage in this direction. I think he was just kind of hiding in the rocks. Half the man he used to be. I thought the mule was going to eat him for a sec. Yeah, that was kind of funny. Okay, so now we're back here. I think east of here was infinite. Oh, no, that's... I don't think that is an infinite desert, but I think all the other exits from there are. Okay, let's look around here. Rocks, barren ground, and sand, and a vast array of desert stretching out in all directions, save the way you came. Okay. It sure does seem like I need a way to deal with the cobras to progress here. Okay. Your mule is suffering from lack of water. Once you figure it out, you'll be good. Knowing is half the battle. Oh, okay, so this does take me back here. Let's check the other directions here. This game has some impressive animation, like all the horse and donkey animations are pretty good, and then they also had to do like a tired needs water version of the donkey. Tired version of Arthur. Okay. I think this is infinite. So, north of here. Ah, okay. So I think... Well, let's find out. I've got a recent enough save. Let's oh, okay. Never mind. I think that's like an infinite desert screen, but I'm not positive. It's not quite as plain as some of them are. Oh, our corpse. Oh, right. We killed the guy. I forgot. No one alive to loot our corpse. Sakanako, hello. Good to see you. Can't believe this jerk didn't have a water skin. Yeah, that is rude of him. Okay, so here's the cobras. So it really seems like the only notable locations we have here are this screen and the Poisoned Oasis. I'm not positive there's nothing we can do with the Poisoned Oasis, but it certainly seems that way. This seems like there's got to be something we can do to get past these guys. We just don't know how. These snakes are desert cobras and are utterly lethal. Stay well clear of them. This valley is filled with cobras. Turn back, Arthur. You will never pass through here alive. I was gonna... Okay. Did I not warn you? This valley may truly be called a dead end, especially for you. Interesting. That death message, referring to it as a dead end, makes me wonder if maybe there isn't a way to get through there. Damn Merlin. So... that's everywhere I've mapped out. There are other areas, but it seems like the other areas are all these randomly looping screens, which I don't know how to map or navigate successfully. So I don't know what to do about that. Let's go back to, I think this one. Remember the box art for this in magazine ads in the 90s? Always look cool. Yeah, it's very good. This is illustrated by Peter Ledger, Christy Marx's husband, who has since passed on, unfortunately. But very nice box. And I love this illustration of the both of them. Is it possible to walk the desert at night so it's not as hot? That's a great question. I don't know how we would wait until night. But I figured we'd come back here and try asking this guy some more questions. Maybe he can help us figure out how to navigate the desert. It is barren, treacherous, and hot as a furnace. I have known of men who cooked eggs upon the rocks at midday. Ask about cobras. Though I'm more than willing to answer question, I will only answer those questions which I deem significant. Ask about Oasis. Ask about water. There's water between here and Jerusalem, but I cannot help you find it. Certainly, as Hazem leads you from Gaza, he will see you have a drink at a well, but that will not take you far in the desert. I just had the thought that what if there's something we needed to grab at the beginning of the game? Like when I looked through that walkthrough in the manual, it mentioned a couple items that it told you to pick up that I don't think I ever picked up. And I almost want to say one of them was a flask. Yeah, one of them is literally a flask. Shit. All right, I'm going to ask again. Am I soft locked? In fact, I'm going to say at this point, like, I'm positive I'm going to have to restart the game at some point. If I am soft locked at any point, feel free to say so. You don't necessarily have to tell me immediately. You can let me like struggle a little bit, but yeah. You might be. I don't remember, sadly. 67 says nope, at least not for this portion. Okay, thank you. Also, thank you for clarifying. Like, that is good. Like, I don't care if we eventually have to restart. I'm gonna play as long as we can keep going until I restart. I figure that will give me the most information to be as successful as possible in the next playthrough. So I'd rather not restart if I can do something to make progress. So there's got to be some way to get through the desert without dying. Ask about flask. Ask for flask. Let's try this. Let's see what happens if I hire this guy. Excellent. Let us waste no time. Follow me. Oh. I didn't give him any money. This way, Habib. Follow me. Maybe he figures he's just going to kill me and then he'll take all my money, so there's no point in asking for it now. Good, you're here, but stay close behind me or you may get lost. This way, Habib. We must go directly to the water. Oh, okay, so he's just going to take me to the poison water and then tell me to drink it. And that makes sense, but... Come, the water is not much farther. This way, Habib. Follow me. I was hoping we would... Like, maybe he would give me a flask. Or at least maybe we would learn about some new area or something. It seemed unlikely, but I thought I'd try it. I brought you to the water, Habib. Drink before the heat overcomes you. I finally saw the donkey go to drink, but then decide not to. By custom, I must wait for those I guide to drink first. So please, drink your fill. No, buddy, go ahead. It's fine. You look very thirsty. You sound parched. Wet your throat and ease your burning thirst. Please, drink your fill. Hey, Vervain, good to see you. He said on the dock he'll take money when you get there. Oh, okay. I thought I remembered him insisting on money up front. Nonsense. You can barely carry what you have in this heat. Oh. The lodestone. The lodestone might help me through a weird desert. It always points north. Oh, Unsecret Crush says Habib is a rather affectionate form of address, isn't it? Deavor says, yeah, a lot of people use it in this game and it's kind of weird. Interesting. Culinary says, it's kind of like, come this way and drink, baby girl. Follow me, my darling. Okay, so I'm going to try... Why do you hesitate? Trust me in all things. The question is, like, even though I potentially have a way to navigate the desert, I still don't know, like, where I want to go. But... I'm trying to remember if I was ever given, like, a... where Jerusalem is relative to here. But let's go south. Let's just keep going south and see what happens. I've switched back to my fucked up map. Just because I feel like I'm going to screw up this map. And I don't want that. I don't want that on my page with my good map. Okay, so we're going to start here. This is going to be our starting screen. I'm going to draw tiny little squares. I'm not going to put any detail into them. Except for this one, just to remind me of what this start screen looks like. Okay, so we're going to go south from here. And we've come up from the bottom of the screen. So use lodestone. Okay. So basically, this screen is flipped around. So north is the bottom. So that makes sense, given the way we came into this screen. So if we go up to the top, then we're continuing to go south. I'm going to draw this out as though each screen is oriented correctly, even though that's going to get confusing. I think for now that's the best way to approach it. Okay, so... Okay. So now this screen is oriented correctly. Okay. Okay. Man, it's interesting. So basically, it's like the camera orientation is turning each time we go to a different screen, but like the navigation makes sense. There's just, you know, which side is north is always changing. But other than that, it seems like there is a logic to it. And we can also, it seems consistent that, like, if we're continually going south, then whatever screen we come in from is north. So far, that has always been true. And it continues to be true. Oops. I don't know. I still don't know how to successfully navigate this. Like, it seems huge, and I don't know where I want to go. Oh, Mirage. At some point, I'll probably stop checking the lodestone, but for now, I want to keep checking it. Like, at this point, I'm pretty convinced that the way we came in is always going to be north. Oh, what? The cliffs end and a huge flat expanse of searing desert opens out before you. Is that a mirage or is it actually a little bit of water? Yeah. Can I help you find water? I have no such intimate knowledge of this desert. Thanks, Merlin. Do you think Lance and Gwen are making out right now? Probably. Seems likely. I'm sure she was happy to see him after I rescued him. This just keeps going. The screen looks a little bit different. This lizard is moving too fast for you. Darn. There's some more fake water. I'm sure it'll just disappear when I try to get to it. Yeah. Terrible. 90% of people lost in the desert give up right before they find water. An interesting statistic. I was too busy reading that message to see the... Okay. I'm going to stop checking that. We'll just keep going straight ahead from wherever we come in. And I'm going to stop mapping it now because I've run out of room. It's a lot of screens. Your mule is suffering from lack of water. The water was in the friends we made along the way. So I'm very much reminded of the desert in King's Quest V, which didn't have this like weird orientation switching, but it was similarly very vast. And I eventually managed to map it out. There is some weirdness with the navigation in that desert, I think. Like, I don't think it's a strict grid, but the way I did that desert is like there's a cliff along the north edge, So, and you can start, like, there's a few screens off to the east here where you can go into the desert from. So I think the approach I took with mapping out that desert was to, like, start, at this top right corner, and then I would go over one screen, and then I would just keep going south until I died or found something, right? And then the next time I would go over one more screen and do the same thing. And I would just keep doing that. And I think with a process like that, I was able to eventually map it out. I think, yeah, like that helped me find an oasis eventually. And then I think from there, I kind of did the same thing, but going west. And then you go up and then go west, like that kind of a process. So I'm wondering if maybe I should try something like that here. It's kind of the only thing I can think of for how to approach this. Pretty sure the King's Quest V desert is a strict grid. Okay. Yeah, it's possible that I just occasionally like lost track of exactly which square I was on. Take a long time to die. Oh, come on, he's right there. Hopefully the donkey solves the puzzle once we die. I hope so too. I believe in her. Yeah, same. I think she deserves the Grail. God, this is taking so long. King Arthur is definitely much better at surviving a desert than King Graham. The orientation of the shadows is changing too. I didn't even catch that. That's an impressive detail. Samuel Stokes, good to see you. Thank you so much for coming by. Hope you had a good stream. I'm currently lost in a desert. I'm probably going to die soon, but that's okay. Oh, you're playing some longbow. Nice. I picked up a copy of that game recently, and I will definitely be playing that as well at some point. But if any of y'all are new here, welcome. I'm Robot Spacer. We are playing Conquests of Camelot. We have so far saved 2 of our knights. And we're currently, we've taken a ship to Gaza, and we're trying to make our way to Jerusalem, where we were told the Grail is. But we have to cross this desert to get there, and it's not going well. But hopefully we'll figure it out eventually. We can apparently survive quite some time in the desert, but I've at least figured out to some degree how to navigate it. But it seems so vast, and I don't really know where to go. So I'm still feeling pretty lost. What if you found a secret death-proof desert hack? What if? Just simply go south forever and you will not die. I don't think I ever actually finished this game. Interesting. This is my first time playing it. I didn't have a chance to play it back when it came out. I was always very intrigued by it, but it never came out for Mac, so I couldn't play it. Actually, you know, I keep saying that. I'm pretty sure it never came out for Mac. Consulting Wikipedia to make sure I'm not lying to everyone. Okay, yeah. MS-DOS, Amiga, and Atari ST. This was during a time when not many of the early SCI games made it to Mac. I think Space Quest 3 was the only one. And then eventually there we go, we finally died. Eventually they started porting things to Mac again. Okay. Brother and I finished this together as kids. Nice. That's great. I have a lot of good memories of playing games with my brother, mostly NES games. Metroid and Legend of Zelda, the first game in both of those series, are the big ones that come to mind that we played a lot together. Okay. Let's go back. Oh, we got looted again. I missed that. Let's go back to this guy again. Ask about Jerusalem. No. Okay. Jerusalem lies northeast of Gaza, but you must pass through the desert to reach it, and you cannot survive the heat of this desert unless you find water upon the way. Okay. That's good. That's what I was hoping to learn. We have a direction to go. So, quit making fun of my typing. The next question is, how do we do that? Like, we could take the kind of approach I was talking about doing with King's Quest V. Like, I could just go north and hopefully I eventually find something. Or I could start going east first. And then there's the question of exactly which screen do I want to start that process from. But at least I have a plan now. Like, I think if I kind of take the same approach and, you know, pick north or east and just, you know, go north, see if I eventually find something. If not, we go east a screen and go north from there. It's going to be tedious, but it should work eventually, I would think. Could have also looked at a real world map. That's true. I guess that's what I'll do. I'm going to need another sheet of paper, I think. We're going to need a lot of room. I think I need well, no. I was going to get out a marker to keep track of where I am, but I don't think I need that right now. Okay, so let's go to a different save slot now that we've learned that. I think this is a slightly better starting point. Keep wondering if it's possible you're supposed to go somewhere else first, and if you had, maybe you'd have something that keeps you from dying. Yeah, I have also considered this. It didn't seem like there was anywhere else I could go for before coming here. Like, at any point in the game, it seems like there's only one area that it lets me go to. Well, that's not strictly true, I guess. but I went through the map and checked all the other locations, and it's possible I missed something, but aside from going back to places we've been, there was nowhere else to go. We do know for sure that there's items I missed at the beginning of the game. Although, for all I know, those would have gotten lost on the journey here anyways. It's hard to know. Yeah, no hints about other spots to hit first. Exactly. And the game won't let you go to places if you don't have a reason to, it seems like. At least to some degree. Yeah, we lost the rose that we got from Guinevere. And we had 4 items. I can't remember what the other one was. Oh, right, the iron key. Okay, so we're wasting time here. Let's get going. So, where's my good map? So I think what I'll do is I'll start from this screen here. So we're currently... I think we're currently here. So this is going to be our starting spot. Oops. I keep hitting a key that opens the credits, which is funny. I have a couple of special keys on this keyboard that are mapped to like F keys. And apparently one of them is the right shortcut to open the about screen. Okay. So here's our starting spot. We're going into the infinite desert. And we're just going to keep going north until we find something or die or run out of space. Actually, I guess I'll probably keep going. Even if I run out of space, just to be sure we're not missing anything. Davor says, don't know what you as the composer do when someone asks you for a desert track. I don't know, mate. It's quiet. Nothing moves during the day. I suppose I'll use my lodestone occasionally just to make sure. North should be up. Yeah. This desert is probably going to be the rest of the stream, huh? Oh, let's start a prediction. Dang it. I keep typing dashboard to get to dashboard.twitch.tv and it's taking me to dashboard.soundalerts, which I don't need to go there very often. Let's see. Start a prediction. Okay. Will I make it through the desert? I feel like... Yeah, we'll just say end of stream. I promise I will not... Okay, I don't have time. I don't have space to type all that. But before the end of stream is... We'll say today. I promise I won't give up purely to get a particular outcome for this poll. I have nothing to gain from this poll either way. Okay, you have 10 minutes to get your votes in. End of stream will be no later than 1:30. There's a decent chance I will stop a little bit earlier, closer to 1 maybe. So that should give you some idea. Okay, now the question is, I think I must have already drawn the square I'm on. I'm going to use the lodestone just to make sure I didn't get disoriented. Okay. Going all in, I believe. Thank you for your vote of confidence. I mean, you don't have to abstain if you feel like you have too much knowledge. I don't know if that's what you're thinking, but... Oh, we died. Interesting. Well, I guess I wasted a lot of time. We didn't make it nearly as far. It's like 8 screens. Yeah, I should probably start from a different save, so I can be more efficient. This is a better starting point. My thought was we probably got some like skill points for killing that guy, although I don't know for sure. And it seems potentially beneficial to not have to worry about him anymore. So the next question is, do I start over so I can get further north? Oh, this is not where we want to start from. Or do I go east 1 and then go north again? I think I might just go ahead and go east 1. My thought is that if I'm navigating correctly, they're probably not going to expect me to go more than like 10 screens without finding anything. That's my hope. I mean, we can always come back and try directly north from here again if it seems like we might have missed something in that direction. So, here's our start. We'll go east 1. And then north, which should be to the right. Use the lodestone. Lodestone. Okay. Shit. Did I draw the square I'm currently on yet? No, I didn't. Okay. feel like this, one of the hardest parts of any maze like that is just keep tracking of where you currently are. Just double check here. Okay. Jadlers, hello. Didn't catch Lizard, game now soft lock. With best regards, Sierra. Sounds about right. I keep trying to catch that lizard. My donkey got stuck on a rock. Ah, shit. I lost track of where I am. I think I'm going to give up on mapping. I think I might just restart at this point. Like, again, going back to the... Like, I keep mentioning the King's Quest V maze because that feels like... Desert, sorry. Because that feels like the closest comparison for, like, this type of... It's essentially a maze, right? So, like, with that, it was seemingly infinite, but the actual area you're concerned with is relatively compact, right? So I feel like if we've gone this far and haven't found anything, it's probably not worth continuing. Like, we probably want to go over another square and keep going up, like, at most 10 screens until we finally hit something, is my thought. It could be that I'm wrong, but we can always come back and do it again. I'm just kind of pausing to think if that's really what I want to do. Because, like, if we do end up having to do this all again and go even farther each time, that's definitely going to be a pain in the ass. And I will regret having made this choice. But it just seems like that's probably the sensible way to do it. All right. So this time we'll go east twice and then go north. We'll get there eventually. Oh, I should check on our prediction here. So most coins went towards yes. If one person put coins towards no, put 15K towards no, and then 7 people put a total of 20K towards yes. Thank you, most of you, for believing in me. Okay, so our starting point is... Wonder who that was. I wonder. Can't believe you. I know you're just trying to get rid of your coins. Okay, so this is our this point. So we're going east 1, and then we're going straight ahead to go east again. Actually, let's mix things up here. Let's go straight east for a while. In a way, my vote against you is actually hoping you'll succeed because I don't want those coins back. Thank you, I think. I would love to find anything in this desert. It would make me so happy. Also, it's a good thing he didn't lose his lodestone on the ship, or he'd be really screwed. Oh, the lodestone always points north. So if I type use lodestone, I can see that north is down right now. So that's kind of the only way of... Well, no, that's not true. That's one way of navigating this desert successfully. You can also look at the shadows, which is interesting. And you could also just pay attention to where you came in from. It's like if you start out going east and you just continue going straight across the screens, you will continue to go east. It's just the like orientation of the camera that changes. So it wouldn't be impossible to navigate the desert without the lodestone, but it is helpful in making sure you didn't get turned around. The screen is different. Also, I lost track of mapping. I think I skipped one. It's a desert of extreme terrain. Sudden cliffs rise and block your way while wadis unexpectedly appear in the ground. Like, this looks a little different than most of the randomly generated screens, but it also still seems random. I don't think we're going to find anything going straight east. Just double check that I didn't get... Oops. Correct. give up on mapping. We'll go a couple more. All right. I could use a quick break. Actually, we'll just hang out in the desert during my break. I don't want to restore because then time will pass and we'll lose time. I'll be back in about 5 minutes or so, probably. Okay. Back to start. Thank you. Oh, Day of War, I assume you've left already, but if not, thank you for hanging out and sleep well. Oops. Okay, so east. And then north is our starting point. So this time we're going to go here and then north. Basically, we're going to go back to the original, go another square and then go north each time. For roughly 10 screens or so. It seems like there's always a bit of a pause the first time it loads the infinite desert. Okay, so we're here now. I'm going to go east 2 times. And then north. Okay, so north should be right, I think. Oh. What? Oh, right. We came in from the west. Okay. I was like, wait, the bottom is east. But no, the bottom is west. We came in from that direction. Okay. Good thing I checked. Oh, interesting. Here's that same type of rock that I thought was unique on that one screen before. Thank you, Secret Crush. As a reminder, my actual affiliate anniversary will be a week from today. So long as I'm up to it, which I hope will be the case. I feel a little bit better every day, so hopefully that continues. I am surprisingly tired today, though, despite sleeping very late. Although I was also up late. I couldn't get to sleep last night. About to hit my 10-year stream anniversary. Oh my gosh, that's amazing. Congrats. February 24th. Nice. This will be my second affiliate anniversary. I started streaming maybe 6 months before that. I can't remember exactly. But I figure it's close enough together that the affiliate anniversary is a good time to celebrate. Bilbo has been on the platform for like forever as well. Silverstreak has also been streaming for a long time, since it was just in TV, which is wild. Just take a nap for the rest of the week. Yeah, that makes sense. Okay, so I think we've hit our limit of how far it makes sense to go. So let's start over. Of course you're tired. You've been wandering the desert all day. That does make sense. Bogus Meat Factory says, one of the benefits of being a full-time stay-at-home dad is I get a designated nap time. Nice. That is good. I'm self-employed and work at home, so I can take naps whenever I want, which is good. But if I nap too much, it'll screw up my sleep schedule, which is a problem. Actually, I might as well do a save here, right? Ooh, 29? So this is our first square on the map here. So we can always come back to that exact spot. Save a little bit of time. Not a lot. So we're here now. Now we're here. Oh, interesting. I think these screens are fully randomized, so it's not, there's not any consistency to it. So now north should be right. Right? I think so. Okay. I hope this eventually gets me somewhere. I've heard if you get stuck in this section, you start seeing real-life mirages. 24-hour desert stream. Oh, God. I think I would die in real life. It's so easy for me to, a thing I've been trying to do is before I get to the next screen, if I feel like drawing part of it, I just draw this one line, and then once I'm on the screen, I draw the full square. But it's so easy to get distracted from that. And I'm like, wait, did I draw this one? Ultimately, I don't think it matters too much. The main thing is like, if this is a process that's going to be successful, like keeping track of how many screens over we go before we start going north is the most important part. As long as I get that right, then, you know, eventually we'll figure out how many screens east I need to go and then go north. And then once I get to that, presumably oasis, you know, we kind of start the process over again. Let's use the lodestone. And of course, in talking about all that, I've lost track of whether or not I drew this screen. We'll say no. Don't die in real life or we'll never find out how Mopedi Island ends. That would be sad. For me especially. And I think that's the end of our journey north. We'll go a couple more screens, but I won't draw them. I don't mind this kind of maze, but they sure did put them in a lot of games. Okay, back to the start. So now we're going to go... We're here now. Now we're here. Now we're here. One more, and then we go north. Okay. So north should be right. At least the desert sounds are pleasant. Oh, geez, 12:30 already? I am getting a little bit discouraged at this point. Like, I've spent so much time and we still haven't found anything. But hopefully I am ultimately making progress. I hope. I lost track of where we are. Legitimately would love to have these sounds in the background, very relaxing. Somebody's got to have a 10-hour YouTube video of wandering the desert. Okay. Okay, back to the start. So we're here. 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 grab that lizard. Here. And one more. And now we go left. Yes. Well, sadly get to bed. Godspeed on your journey, Arthur. May your donkey lead you to water. Thank you, Bogus Meat Factory. Again, I appreciate the raid very much. Hope you sleep well and have a good night. Double check it. I'm determined to get through this. I just don't know if determination is enough. Keep losing track of which square I'm on. At what point do I give up on this process? Or at least consider altering it somehow? Another thing I could potentially try is go straight northeast. But I don't know if that's necessarily going to be any more successful. By straight northeast, I mean, I basically go north and then east, north, then east. Repeatedly. Verdantry, good to see you. Fresh from a haircut and feeling good. How are you this fine day? I'm doing all right. I still have a bit of a cold, but gradually getting better, I think. I haven't had to stop to blow my nose nearly as much today, so that's got to be a good sign, right? But I am still very tired. Okay, and I'm also stuck in a desert maze. But my hope is that we're slowly making progress. Mullet is back in top form. Glad to hear it. So we're here now. And now we're here. It's very easy to just kind of... Like, this is the most important time to keep track of where I am. But, it feels the same as everything else. So it's just kind of easy to get a little bit lost in the tedium of it. So we're here now, and this is where we go north, which should be to the right. I'm increasingly discouraged by this. I've drawn so many little squares, y'all. Draw more little squares. It'll happen eventually. I hope so. I am dying to know how big this desert is. Like the frigid waste area of Dark Souls 2. Oh gosh. Not familiar with that. Sounds terrible. Horsefuck Valley. Oh god. So we've gone 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. We've gone 7 squares east, and then north 8 to 10 squares. At least. A lot of these we've actually gone 12 or 13. I just haven't mapped them all out. It's a blizzard, and nearly all you can see is white, and you get ambushed by electric reindeer constantly. Oh god. Okay, we'll go one more and then reload. Okay, back to start. Oh, wait. Not north, east. Wait a second. Wait, no, this should, we're coming in from the bottom, so this should always be north is up, right? Okay. Just occurred to me that I should make sure. I think that was right. I think I'm still where I think I am. I hope so. Oh God. Maybe I should be counting out loud. Let's number these. I think if I gotta restore because I don't know which square I was on. Okay, so this is 1. Excuse me. This is 2. This is 3. 4. 5. This is definitely helping. 6. 7. And 8. Okay. And left is north. Correct. Okay, just double checking I didn't go anywhere yet. Okay. So this is 2. We're counting north now. This counting isn't as important, but I'm going to do it anyway. Three. Really? 4. 5. 6. 7, I think. Did I skip one? Who knows? It doesn't matter too much, so I'm not worried about it. 8. 9. 10. I'm so discouraged. We'll go a couple more and then reset. Like, I've explored roughly 80 screens worth of desert now and found nothing. That's so much. Like, going back to King's Quest V, I feel like if we explored this much desert in King's Quest V, we would have found a couple different oasis areas. And probably some other interesting things. Unsugar Crush, what if you get everyone's coins? You're going to have so many coins. Okay. Back to start. So this is 1 again. That'll be upsetting. Think of how many flushes you can do. 2. Maniacal, dry, raspy laughter. Did you see the most recent One Short Eye video on Conquest of the Longbow? No. I wish I could watch it, but since I've never played the game, I don't want to learn anything about it that I don't already know. But I do have my very own copy of Longbow, so eventually I can play this and then watch One Short Eye's video. I also lost track of where I was. Out of flushes for tonight. Oh, right. The limit. 2. 3. 4. 5. 6. I'm going to pause here. I'm on 6. I keep wondering if there's maybe something I'm missing here, but like, I can't think of what. 7. And like the fact that, you know, I've noticed 3 different ways you can keep track of your orientation. So I feel like that's got to be the primary puzzle to this, and it's just a matter of mapping it out. I just, like I said, increasingly discouraged. 8. 1 more. And now we're at 9. Verdtree said, I don't have the patience for most point and clicks, so One Short Eye lets me experience them without having to play them. Nice. Yeah, that's the great thing about Twitch and YouTube and all that. Like, it's great to be able to check out games you are not sure you really want to play yourself, but, you know, still have some amount of interest in. Okay, so now we want north, which is going to be up for a change, I think. Yep. I don't think I'm going to worry about counting north, because the important thing is that we go north until we find something. Or don't. I wish that I, as an emote creator, could control where the sunglasses go. I believe that it uses some sort of like simple facial recognition, so that if you have an emote that's a face, it tries to figure out where the eyes are. to place them appropriately. I've noticed that sometimes the placement varies just a tiny bit. But, you know, lots of emotes are not really a face, so it can't really figure out the best spot to put them. And it'd be cool if I could control that. Dainty Face, good to see you. Hope you're doing well. This is my first playthrough. I am enjoying it a lot, though I am incredibly discouraged by this endless desert. Hopefully I can figure it out eventually. Just build all your emotes around the placement of the glasses. Yeah. Yeah, I'm pretty sure it tries to figure out where they were. I think if it can't find any eyes, then it will plop them in a default location that's kind of, you know, if it was just an emote of a face, that's roughly where the eyes would be. But I have noticed that there's a little bit of variation when you do have an emote that looks like a face. Happy New Year to you too. Cool Potato is definitely one of my favorite sunglasses emotes of my own. Okay. Must find water or you will perish. Haven't seen the Mirage in a bit. Oh, we haven't seen that in a real long time. It's interesting. Oh, I wonder if... Yeah, I guess we've effectively been going longer. We spent more time in the desert, increasingly, on each attempt here. So you probably don't start seeing the mirages until you're real thirsty. That makes sense. Okay, back to start. I'm wondering a little bit if my first attempt straight north was kind of cut short because we had wasted time elsewhere. I think I'm going to do another attempt at that and get a little bit further. Also, I can't stop looking at, like, most of the screen is just this grid of yellow and gray pixels. And I've got aspect ratio correction turned on, so they're not all square. Like, some of them are a little bit taller, some of them are a little bit shorter. And my eyes just keep being drawn to that. I don't enjoy it. Just, it's like, as a designer that often has to worry about things getting incorrectly scaled up or down, like, it's just that kind of thing. Like, you get used to noticing it, and it's like, I guess it's like my brain normally associates that with a problem I've noticed that I need to fix. In this case, there's nothing I can do about it. Although I did recently learn about Sonneveld was talking about how he does his stream setup, and instead of turning on the aspect ratio correction in DOSBox, he does all the aspect ratio correction in OBS, which is the thing I had not considered. That would make it look a little bit nicer for you all, but everything would be squished for me, which is a bummer. I've lost track of where I am, but that's okay. The important thing is that we keep going a little further than we were able to go previously. If you've ever seen Vampire Survivors, it has irregularly scaled pixels and it is intentional. It was a funny joke when the game was early in development. They brought on Glabro Kotai to do the pixel art, and he's really good, so now it's maddening. Oh, jeez. Oh, I got stuck on a rock. I was like, is the game frozen? I'm not familiar with that artist. I am familiar, like, I've seen the game. Oh, I missed, Bane Two-Face said the 20th is my birthday. Nice. I hope you have a good one. Okay, I think we've gone north enough here. I wanted to at least go as far north as we've gone on the other columns. But I'll go a couple more before I give up. He's worked on Rogue Legacy and Duelist also. He's a skilled artist. Nice. Okay. So next is we go over 10 screens and then north, and honestly, like, I'm getting really discouraged if I don't find anything on this one. Okay, so we're on 1. Now we're on 2. Now we're on 3. Four. It's 1 o'clock, so we only have half an hour to go. 5. 6. Hinton, good to see you. Sorry I missed your first playthrough. I assume you're now speedrunning. I wish. We're stuck in the desert. If anything, I would call this slow running. 7. 8. 9. 10. Oh gosh. Okay. I think the best I can do for you, Hinton, is to walk until I die of thirst, which I will absolutely do. It shouldn't even be that hard. We're going north now, which I think up is correct. Yes. And we will keep going north until we die. I already lost track of where I am. What if I could have just asked that guy for a map? That'd be funny. There's the desert in the south of England. We took a ship to Gaza, and now we're trying to go northeast to Jerusalem. So we haven't even started hallucinating yet. I'm a little bit tempted to say that if I don't figure this out tonight, I will attempt to map out the desert off stream, but that doesn't feel right. Then I won't capture the satisfaction of figuring it out. And I feel like I've spent so much time on this already. Like I want to share that moment with all of you. This screen is interesting. I like when we get a screen that just feels a tiny bit more unique. Do not mind exploration streams one bit. Good. It is a little bit of a bummer that we'll miss another Friday next week because I'll be doing the anniversary stream. But it feels like Friday is a better day for that than Tuesday. Must find water soon or you will perish.
Hello.
Hello, Derek Ironbutt. Good to see you. I'm trying to think if I want to ask a question or look anything up at this point. At this point, I'm discouraged that my approach to this section is not actually working. Or like, you know, maybe this is the correct approach, but I've been giving up too soon. You know, I keep giving up after about 10 to 12 screens north. And, you know, for all I know, we need to go a little bit further than that to actually find, you know, I assume we're eventually going to find an oasis. I hope the donkey makes it. Me too. Presumably we'll die soon. I'm going to guess 2 more screens. Your mule is suffering from lack of water. Poor mule. I guess I was wrong. I feel like you still have a decent amount of time after the mule starts suffering. At least she is both smarter than us and able to survive longer without water. So presumably once we die, she'll just be like, oh, finally, I can leave the desert. And she'll, you know, go to where the water is. What if... There is no need. Okay. I thought maybe we could let the mule lead us to water. But I guess it's not an option. Mule goes 1 screen over and lives happily ever after. Sounds right. We can go a long way, huh? I feel like we've probably gone, I don't know, 30 screens at this point? Derek Ironbot says, so I'm just joining. Is north relative to how you enter or fixed? So we are headed north. So if we continue to go straight, like when we enter the screen, we're always facing north because we came in from the south. So we can just go straight. You can also look at the shadows for orientation. And then we have this lodestone that will always point north. So there are a few different ways to keep track of where you're going here. Basically, the way the camera is oriented is random each time you get to a new screen. Just to be clear, we are going until we die because Hinton has redeemed coins for Karen, so I am legally obligated to provide a death. I'm sure it will happen very soon. That's right, everyone. It's my fault. Yeah. It's okay. It's all in good fun. Robot's friend, good to see you. Deaths for the Death God. Hope you're doing well. Remember when I thought it would happen in the next 2 screens? That was so long ago. Oh no, you have to go. Well, I hope you enjoy your food. I'm going to keep going until I die, even though you will miss it. Thank you for redeeming coins for Karen, and I hope you have a good meal. It'd be funny if I actually found an oasis after all this. Robot's friend. Oh my gosh. I decided to go in a random direction. Hey, there we go. Robot's friend, thank you so much for 2 entire years of subscriptions. I appreciate all your support very much. Integer year number. To add insult to injury, the scoundrel... Oh, so we did get looted. I was curious if that would happen way out here. But I guess no matter how far we go, he shows up instantly and loots our corpse. Death confetti. Hooray! Okay, I need to blow my nose real quick. And then we'll continue doing this for another 17 minutes. I'm going to ask this for anyone, if we still have anyone here that's familiar with the game. Should I simply continue my current approach? Or should I rethink things? Feel free to answer that question if you have information that would allow you to. I'll be back in a minute. Okay, no answer, I see. I am going to try one thing real quick, which is to go back to our... I can't remember his name, the guy we can ask questions. And see if I can maybe get any additional information that might help me here. Ask about map. No response. Ask about Jerusalem lies northeast of Gaza, but you must pass through the desert to reach it, and you cannot survive the heat of this desert unless you find water upon the way. So that seems like it validates my approach, right? Like, we need to find an oasis, and we need to ultimately go northeast. So I feel like this process I'm doing should eventually get me there. Kind of think anyone who would know what to bet already. Yeah, that's what I was thinking also. I think this is fruitless and you should stop. Wow. Interesting. Is that just your guess? Do you have any clues that might lead us in the right direction? Not really. We can ask this guy questions, and I do wonder if there's maybe something we could ask him that would help me navigate the desert. Especially because we were told that there's 6 guardians, and he's the first. So this is like our first test here. But we never really did much. We got information about the 6 goddesses, which I feel like is eventually going to be useful. But I don't know. I feel like I'm missing something with him, and that maybe our test is to figure out what questions we need to ask or something like that. Connor says, that's my guess. We've been going for an hour on empty screens and something's telling me this is not what the designers expected you to do. Then again, it's a Sierra game, isn't it? Yeah, like, hold on. Definitely, like, you know, here's my map. It's basically a 10 by 10 grid. That's 100 screens, right? And I put as much time into that process as I did, just knowing, like, the desert in King's Quest V seemed like a similar thing, and that process worked there. It seemed possible that, you know, maybe this is similar, but it's just a little bit more difficult. But at this point, I put so much time into it that I feel like I've got to be missing something. It's also possible I just need to be a little more determined. And, you know, maybe if I go just a couple rows over, we would figure it out. But it's tough. Can you ask about an oasis? I think I tried that already. Yeah, he doesn't have anything to say about that. Which trial do we think this is? That's an interesting question. I don't know, like, we have information in the manual about the 6 goddesses. I don't know if there's any correlation between the 6 goddesses and the 6 guardians. But if there is, the goddess gave birth to the universe. By many names and faces she is known, as Virgin, Mother, and Crone, as Birth, Growth, and Death. I serve her in her form of Aphrodite, but she has 6 other manifestations which must concern you. You will not reach the Grail unless you learn of these 6 goddesses. Okay. So he's associated with Aphrodite. I'm looking at the manual now. The mythology of Aphrodite. Aphrodite, she is a fundamental goddess known by scores of names with dozens of attributes. Aphrodite is simply the name by which she came to be known via the Greeks, but she was an ancient deity even then. She was variously considered the goddess of life, ideal or chaste love, sexuality, marriage, childbirth, fate, death, arts, crafts, culture, hunting, and the sea. She was truly a queen among goddesses. From 70 AD, her cult dominated the main temple of Jerusalem. There is a legend that in the 4th century, the Empress Helena, mother of Constantine, found the true cross on which Christ was crucified, hidden in a crypt beneath the temple of Aphrodite in Jerusalem. The sacred number of Aphrodite is 6. Symbols associated with her and representing fertility are the dove and the apple. Aphrodite and Adonis. Adonis was a youth of such extraordinary beauty that he was adored by Aphrodite. When he was but a child, she hid him in a chest, which she left in the care of Persephone, goddess of the underworld. But Persephone disobeyed Aphrodite and opened the chest. Seeing Adonis, she too fell in love with him. When Aphrodite came to fetch the young man, Persephone refused to release him. The warring goddesses ended their dispute when Zeus decreed that Adonis would spend half the year with Aphrodite and half the year in the underworld with Persephone. But Ares, the god of war, was jealous of Aphrodite and her passion for Adonis. He transformed himself into a boar, waited for the young man to go hunting, and fatally gored him, leaving Aphrodite to bitterly mourn her lost love. Aphrodite and Pygmalion. Pygmalion was a sculptor who lived on the island of Cyprus. Aphrodite was displeased with the women of his town, who had refused to accept that she was divine. She cursed them, so that they lost all sense of modesty and would give themselves to any man who came along. Because of their behavior, Pygmalion disdained the company of women, but nonetheless he devoutly worshipped Aphrodite. He remained alone, carving his statues. One such statue, carved of ivory, was of a woman so beautiful that he fell deeply in love with her image. But she was only a statue until Aphrodite heard his prayers and pleas. Pygmalion was rewarded for his devotion. The cold ivory turned to warm flesh as his statue came to life and embraced him. Aphrodite and Hippolytus. Hippolytus was the son of King Theseus. He was an avid hunter who rode out every day on his chariot. Aphrodite loved him because of his handsome form, but he scorned her love for the love of all women. Furious at being rejected by the handsome prince, Aphrodite caused his stepmother, Phaedra, to fall in love with him, but Hippolytus rejected her as well. Phaedra convinced Theseus that his son had raped her, whereupon the king called upon the sea god Poseidon to exact vengeance. While Hippolytus drove his chariot along the shore of the Saronic Gulf, Poseidon sent a fierce bull from the waves to panic the horses. They stampeded, and Hippolytus was dragged to his death behind the chariot. Hippolytus. Okay, thank you. Who's the goddess of dying of thirst? Great question. So yeah, most of that, like the first section made me think maybe there's some connection here with what we're doing. Like obviously it's relevant to the region we're in, and this guy just told us that he's associated with Aphrodite. But there's not a lot here that jumps out as anything that might help me with the desert. I am kind of drawn to the sacred number of Aphrodite is 6. Symbols associated with her and representing fertility are the dove and the apple. Since we're trying to get to Jerusalem, like maybe those things could help me somehow. But with what I have currently, I can't imagine how. I do wonder if we should ask about Aphrodite. Same message. Serve in her form of Aphrodite, but she has 6 other manifestations which must concern you. You will not reach the Grail unless you learn of these 6 goddesses. Ask about 6. 6 is the sacred number of Aphrodite. I know that. Ask about apple. Nothing to say about that. Ask about dove. Nothing. Kind of wonder if this is confirming you need to go other places and or learn about the other goddesses. But there's literally nowhere else we can go. the only places we could go before I left England, basically, were places we have already basically completed. Like, I feel confident in that, right? And both the other locations we could go to, we journeyed across an area that involved some puzzles. We eventually found one of our knights, rescued them, defeated whoever was guarding them, and then we left. So that felt very complete, right? And there, in both cases, we couldn't find any other screens to explore or anything. So I feel confident that those areas are done. And this was the only other place we could go to. And now that we're here, I'm not seeing any sign of anywhere else we could go beside the endless desert area. Do you know for sure you couldn't have sailed else? Oh, shit. That's interesting. I kind of forgot about that we had options of other places to sail. I guess my only comment there, like, maybe you're right, but we were told to go to Gaza, and we were not told about any of the other locations we could sail to. Nothing else in the game mentioned them, I don't think. Can you ask about water? I think we tried that. I'm pretty sure. There's water between here and Jerusalem, but I cannot help you to find it. Certainly, as Hazem leads you from Gaza, he will see you have a drink at a well, but that will not take you far in the desert. And he's also telling us he's the first of the Guardians. So that makes me think we're in the right place, right? Like, this isn't like we've skipped ahead to, like, the last place we want to go. Do you kind of remember Davor hinting about wandering around? Yeah. That was a very vague suggestion, though, so it's hard to say what that meant. I'm just looking at the other goddesses. They are all kind of associated with a different region. Hello, Mary's K. Good day to you as well. Oh, it's 1:30. Heck. Just for kicks, let's do one more. And then we'll call it quits. Okay, so we're starting off here again. Oop, I don't want to go that way yet. So we're in 2. Three. 4. Queermint, hello. Good to see you. 5. I'm lost in a desert at the moment. 6. 7. Eight. 9. 10. And 11. Okay, so now we go north. It should be up. And hopefully we get somewhere. I don't have any confidence in this approach at this point, but another reason I felt encouraged to continue exploring the desert as opposed to trying to figure out if I missed something in a completely different location is that most people thought I would be successful at getting somewhere in the desert tonight. Unsecret Crush was the only person who didn't think. And she only did that because she wanted me to lose points. So I'm assuming some people who know more about this game thought I would be successful at making it through the desert. That doesn't necessarily mean that the approach I'm using here is correct. But I think I had talked about this approach before I started the poll. Prediction, rather. Forget how I did it. That's fair. I do think, assuming this gets me nowhere, I do think I am gonna, just out of curiosity, go back to before we got on the ship and see if we could go to any of the other locations mentioned. When I do predictions, I usually pick the thing I don't expect to win, so I offload my points. So it's like an opposite day vote. Exactly. I understand. Okay, so that's roughly 10 screens north from there and still nothing. I'll go a couple more before I give up, but I keep thinking, you know, is there anything I'm maybe missing? With the desert. Like there's two main possibilities. One is that we need information from somewhere else before we come here in order to navigate it successfully. The other possibility is that there's something within the desert that I'm not seeing to help me navigate it. Kind of the only thing I could think of that's jumped out is like the lizards running across the screen. Like maybe I'm supposed to follow them or something. But the fact that they only ever go left to right across the screen makes me feel like that can't be the case. There's not a lot else that stands out in these screens. Let's try following a lizard. I feel like we're not even going to see a lizard on this screen. Creerman asks, is this something that's actually mappable or is it like a random thing? I do not know the answer to that question. This is my first time playing the game, and I have stubbornly refused to accept any hints. So I don't know. I have determined 3 different ways in which we can keep track of our orientation. Like, it's a space you can navigate if you figure out that it's just like your viewpoint, the camera is changing orientation each time you go to a new screen. Like, we have this lodestone we got in the beginning of the game that always points north. So if we're ever disoriented, we can use that. So I feel like, and also the shadows, I think the shadows always go towards the east. And also, like, if you just go straight, you'll continue in the same direction that you started out. So there's various ways you can at least attempt to map it out, right? It's just that I've mapped out this huge area of over 100 screens now, and we still haven't found anything. We started at Gaza. We're trying to get northeast to Jerusalem. And it's been made pretty clear that we need to find water on the way. So I'm assuming eventually we'll find like an oasis or something. But so far we've just found nothing. It's all just randomly generated screens like this. So I don't know if my attempts to map it out are not the correct approach, or I frequently give up before I die just because it seems like I'm covering such a huge area. Surely they wouldn't expect me to keep mapping out even further than this, but I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I'm giving up too soon. So it's really hard to say. I feel like I have to be missing something at this point, but it's tricky. But I think we're going to give up on the desert for tonight. I do just want to see if we could take a ship to somewhere else. Talk to man. Dublin, Rennes, Rome, Thessalonica, and Gaza. Oop. Pay fare to Dublin. I don't remember how much that was. Ask about fares. Okay. 1 silver to go to Dublin. Actually, let's pay fare to Dublin. Let's see what happens if we pay too much. This is too much money, Malud. I cannot, in all honesty, accept more than is needed. Okay. So he won't give me change. We just have to give different coins. As fortune would have it, this ship is the very one you need. Ignore the Greek name. It was sold by a Greek trader, and the new owner has yet to paint in the new name. It's interesting that this is the correct ship no matter where we're going. May your journey be safe and swift, God willing. You may board now. So now I want to see if this actually takes us to... Okay, yeah. Captain Beat... No. A longship of crazed Vikings falls upon the ship. Excalibur sings from his sheath and does mighty work. The decks run red, but you are overwhelmed and killed in combat with a berserker. Okay, interesting. So we can't go to Dublin. That doesn't mean we couldn't go to any of the other locations, but this does help convince me that we're in the right place. It's frustrating that we didn't really get anywhere. I mean, we did a couple things successfully in Gaza, but not very much. At least we learned things. We learned what not to do. So, next Friday is going to be my actual affiliate anniversary stream. As I mentioned earlier, we will be doing a variety of things. I will be doing an uninvited for Mac speedrun. I'm going to also share a secret area that I learned about recently that's kind of fun. There's a couple speedrun categories for the game, and one of them, the fastest route goes through that area. The other category is like a no glitch. They call it no glitches. I don't know that I would really call this a glitch, but kind of a reasonable way to categorize it, I suppose. We will also be doing unlimited DOS breaks. As I mentioned earlier, if anyone has a DOS game that they would like to suggest for next week, feel free to mention that either right now in chat or on our Discord, and I will consider it, try to get a hold of a copy of it. No promises, but I will try to. Stuff that works best is going to be like something a little bit actiony, or like a little bit of a puzzle game. Like narrative types of games are not as ideal for DOS breaks. But you're still welcome to recommend those if there's something you like. I just won't be using it for DOS break. I will also be checking out some Playdate games, which, if you're not familiar with the Playdate, it's a lovely, tiny little yellow handheld game system from a company called Panic. I did a couple streams of that a while back, but it's been a while, and there's so many games for it that I have not checked out that look fantastic. And then I will also be sharing photos of me as a young teen, or perhaps tween. I can't remember exactly how old I was, with a Vanilla Ice haircut that I was very excited about, and then everyone made fun of me for it. So now you'll be able to make fun of me too. And I think that'll be great for everyone. So that'll be next Friday, and then the week after that, we'll get back to our adventures in the desert in Conquests of Camelot. Also on Tuesdays, we'll continue with Maupiti Island, which I've been enjoying a lot, and we're at least making some progress in that one. Let's see. Did I ever hit my schedule button? I don't think I did. So that's the plan. Let's see if we can find a raid. Continue, as long as I'm playing DOS games, we'll continue using December.com to find people to raid here. I'm not going to worry so much about finding someone that's playing a DOS game specifically. Goblins 5. That might be fun. Let's check that out. Oh, no. They're done. They must have... Oh, 3 hours ago. Huh. Weird. Maybe December.com is not updating... quite correctly. Okay, we'll say hello to Atari Beer Pong, I think. He's playing Star Trek The Next Generation, A Final Unity. First playthrough, which is always fun. How do I paste? I wish Command V would work in OBS consistently. Okay. Raid started. Thank you all for hanging out on my fruitless journey through the desert. I appreciate you all being here. I had fun despite our lack of progress. I hope you all have a great weekend, and hope we'll see you around. Take care.